Theo.
Oh,
Oh,
Theo.
cool.
I'm from
Welcome.
Frankfurt, Germany.
Ah, cool. Where in Germany?
Frankfurt?
Frankfurt. Okay, cool. Very nice. Welcome.
Sorry, my camera doesn't seem to work with Google Meet. Like I had a problem before with other platforms like Zoom, it does work, but with Google, I can't get it to work.
No worries. Good that you're here. Actually, I lived for a while in Stuttgart for almost 8 years.
That's not far.
Yes. Yes. So yeah, hello everybody. Welcome.
Hello. How are you doing?
Fine, thank you. What about you?
Very good. Sunny morning in Helsinki, Finland.
Oh, okay. Cool. Very nice. Yeah, also here in Zurich, it's relatively sunny, some clouds, but it's good. Very nice. So, I will give it some minutes, 1 or 2 minutes, to see if some more people join us today. In the meantime, I wanted to test the audio to see if this is something that is working for us. So, can you hear something?
No.
No. Okay. Let's.
The volume is really low.
The volume is low, but you can hear something. Okay.
Right.
Let me see. Okay. So, and now?
Yeah.
Now it's better? Okay,
Yes.
perfect. Good. So we can do it then this way.
It's also good that there's capture so we can read.
Perfect. Good. Thanks a lot for the feedback. So, yeah, this is really great. I'm very excited about this workshop. Maybe if one of you would like to say some words, what motivated you to join today?
Sure. I can add a few words.
Mhm.
Of course, it's because of Saturday. We're excited to talk about the work matters.
Yeah, of course.
No, it's a beautiful day here in Helsinki, and me and my colleague has been working on the data and AI related topics.
Mhm.
And for example, in AI design sprint, and we also have a research project ongoing regarding the ethics in AI and data.
Mhm.
And myself has been reading this human-centered AI product, AI-centered human-centered AI. Sorry.
Mhm. Mhm.
Simply, I've been working for quite a long time as a UX and service designer.
Mhm.
So
Cool.
I would like to know more. I read few different ways of placing these terms. So I
Mhm.
want to see what kind of collaboration happening between Miro and Google. And
Mhm.
Miro is definitely one of my favorite too now in day-to-day
Cool.
work.
Very nice. That's the attitude. Thanks a lot for joining
Yes.
us today. Cool. So I will then jump right into the slides so that we can start. Um, okay, so I believe you can see my slides. Good. So once again, welcome everybody. Thanks a lot for being here, for taking the time to share and to explore this tool with us. I call this workshop MiroX Design Sprint. It's a kind of a sprint. We're gonna split this workshop in 2 days. So some words about me. I am a digital product designer. I am settled in Zurich, and I have been working as a researcher and UX designer for more than 9 years. And in the last 2.5 years, more specifically as a freelance UX designer. So I design experiences, and I'm very excited, very passionate about human-centered AI. And this is why I organized this workshop. I discovered this guideline from Google, and I thought like, oh my God, this is something really that I would like to explore, dig deep, and share with others. And that's why, yeah, we're here. So if you would like to connect with me, feel free to do so. Here there are two links, one for LinkedIn and the other of my website, where you can also have a look at my portfolio. So the team, I created this slide, this section where you can write your name. I'm going to share the link of the board in the chat.
Are you gonna record?
Yes, this session is being recorded so
Okay.
that you are aware, and it's essentially just to have it as a reference for the future to display, showcase this workshop. If you would like to be recorded, you can feel free to turn off your camera or so. So yeah, just for information. Good. So yeah, feel free to visit the board. Okay, I see that there are already some people who joined. So yeah, cool. So
Nice.
good. So now you can thank you. So you can now see where I am, and in this slide you can feel free to select one of the sticky notes, and there you can write your name, also a role that you see yourself to undertake in today's workshop, and also your title, what you do in your regular day-to-day work. So you can do that, take 1 minute or two while everybody's writing his or her name. I'm very excited because I saw there were more than 20 people who registered. So it's good that we are more than two, that we can exchange some thoughts today. Cool. Perfect. Good. So as I see that some of you have already moved on that, I would like to continue with the slides. So our challenge today. So as you know, we're going to be designing an AI-centered product. So particularly in this project, I focused on a supermarket, on an IoT-powered supermarket experience for novice and expert users. And the idea is that we design this product focusing on building trust in the product recommendations, so that when users interact with a mobile app that they are going to use when they visit the supermarket, they feel that they can rely on these recommendations and they can rely on the information that is being provided to them. So the concepts should incorporate principles around transparency, explainability, feedback, and performance. And the output will inform the product roadmap for next year. So this is for you just to have an idea of how a design challenge for AI may look like in real life, following this guideline from Google, Designing for AI. So we're gonna be reviewing this challenge throughout the workshop. So don't worry if it sounds a little bit technical or wordy for the moment, but for now, just keep in mind it's a supermarket experience, it's powered by IoT, and we're gonna be working around trust and explainability. So to give you an overview, an idea of how this concept works, I collected 2 videos of 2 concepts around the smart supermarkets that can help us better understand what this means. So let's start with this one.
I want you to picture your kitchen at home. And if you're like most people, you can trace many of your groceries back to the original source. And so it's this farm to table sense of knowing the local grower who's responsible for your produce. I spent a lot of time thinking about the future of the retail grocery industry. Today, about 10% of US shoppers are buying their groceries online, and that's steadily increasing. With new technologies like IoT, like artificial intelligence, this concept of a smart kitchen that can restock itself, we're not very far away from that. Grocery retailers are challenged to match smart kitchens with smart aisles. As you think about new technologies like IoT, you can start to place sensors within the store, which are essentially data sponges that are soaking up all the shopper insights and behavioral patterns. And you start to look at the patterns within the store. Are we seeing the right conversion? Are we seeing the right movements in the store to be able to make smarter business decisions? Data is only useful if you can process it quickly and you can process it efficiently. And if you can do that, you turn data into real intelligence that you can use to personalize the customer experience. My smartphone can ping me with a personalized discount that's crafted for me. And so if I click on that discount, I can be presented with a store map to actually find these items. And now I can be guided through the aisles with shelving that lights up as I approach it. Insights need to be processed very close to where the data set sits. I'll give you an example. If you're standing in the produce aisle, there isn't time to send the data to an offsite processing center, back to the store, and then back down to the customer. So in today's era, seconds matter in the customer experience. The future of the grocery industry belongs to those organizations that can process data at the edge of your network. In that way, the concept of edge-to-edge intelligence is tailor-made for the grocery business, because we want to keep our data as close to source as possible, just as we want our food to travel a short distance from the farm to the table.
Perfect. Cool. So now I would like to present to you a more concrete concept, which is from Amazon. It's called Amazon Go. If some of you have been lucky enough to experience that, you may be familiar already with this. If not, have a look and yeah, build some thoughts around it.
Four years ago, we started to wonder, what would shopping look like if you could walk into a store, grab what you want, and just go? What if we could weave the most advanced machine learning, computer vision, and AI into the very fabric of a store, so you never have to wait in line? No lines, no checkouts, no registers. Welcome to Amazon Go. Use the Amazon Go app to enter. Then put away your phone and start shopping. It's really that simple. Take whatever you like. Anything you pick up is automatically added to your virtual cart. If you change your mind about that cupcake, just put it back. Our technology will update your virtual cart automatically. So how does it work? We used computer vision, deep learning algorithms, and sensor fusion, much like you'd find in self-driving cars. We call it Just Walk Out technology. Once you've got everything you want, you can just go. When you leave, our Just Walk Out technology adds up your virtual cart and charges your Amazon account. Your receipt is sent straight to the app, and you can keep going. Amazon Go. No lines, no checkout. No, seriously.
Cool. So that's Amazon Go, and these are also the insights for several organizations that are exploring using AI and IoT to enhance our customer experience in supermarkets. I would like to hear some of your thoughts around these concepts. What do you think about this? Feel free to unmute yourself, say your name, where you're located, and yeah, go ahead.
Maybe I can start.
Mhm.
Maybe from the second part, the Amazon Go. So, hello everybody. I'm Jarkko. I'm from Helsinki. I think we've seen, for example, already or as well in Finland, similar kind of concepts arriving, but with a little bit more crappy,
Oh.
let's say, tech setups, etc. So I think it's pretty amazing how you can pull out this sensor fusion and this data
Mhm.
and link it to your, let's say, personal information to make it available. And I guess it's that concept is something that it's not only for the stores, it can work for multiple different other use cases where you do some sort of act with some sort of service, and so ultimate self-service.
Yes, absolutely. Thanks a lot, Jarkko. Is there any other comment in the group?
Julia, Caroline.
Hello. Okay.
Yes, hello. Okay, so if it's not the case, then we can move on. So now you have like a concept, an idea of what is meant with this smart supermarket. So it is essentially about facilitating the experience when we visit the supermarket, receiving recommendations, and making the flow more straightforward. So here I drafted a kind of sample user journey for such a supermarket. First, the user would scan a barcode from an app to enter the supermarket. And this app will also store the information about the user, will have the payment options, so credit cards stored or debit cards, their name, address, etc. Then they get info. The users get information about discounts for products relevant to them. So if they're in a specific aisle, for example, if they're in the produce, they get like it's kind of a message that indicates them, okay, this particular product is has special discount, and this will be connected with patterns that the users has in respect to typically products they buy. So this means that to have patterns, of course, we need to collect that data. So maybe for new users, that would be a bit tricky. And these are some of the things that we are going to be discussing today. How we onboard users and how we create this an experience that they can rely on and feel that they can trust on. Then there will be an AR guided application that will lead users to areas to find the specific products, either to find a product that has this special discount or to find any product that they are looking particularly for. Then products will be added to this digital shopping cart as they are inserted into their physical cart. So this means that to check out, they will not have to make a line or they will not have to scan each one of the products. It will be like directly counted into their shopping cart in the mobile app as soon as they insert it into their basket. Good. So then sensors will collect data that will help understand the user's shopping patterns. So what areas they walk through, what products they look at, where they stop. I know it sounds like a little bit intrusive, but in any case, when we go to a supermarket, we go to a private location. So practically, we kind of, for people who choose to use this kind of technology, uh, kind of like the rules of the house would need to be acknowledged. But this is also something that we will be discussing in this workshop, not today, in the next one, but issues about data protection and to which extent certain data and users should be informed about it, and to what type of control users should have around it. And finally, users will exit the store going through a station that detects their ID and automatically complete their purchase. So they don't have to take out their card, they don't have to go any kind of procedure. Simply they get out of the shop, like in Amazon Go, and they will immediately shop these items. So that's essentially the user journey. Do you have any question for the moment? All right. Good. So this is the agenda overview for today. This follows the approach from Google AI Research Group. It has a parallel to the typical design thinking approach that we use in UX design, but there are several elements that are different. Here today, we are going to focus on the first two steps, understand and define. And under understand, we are going to be discussing some case studies to understand the application of explainability to users in a different concept, a different product that will help us reflect a little bit on what it means for a user to be presented with such technology and what kind of explanations they would need or would expect from it. Then we're going to be discussing critical moments in this AI experience. So in which moments users may trust or distrust the application and what we can do to enhance the reliability and trustworthiness of the experience. And then we're going to move on into define the opportunity statements. So what are our opportunities as designers and product developers to create an experience that is trustworthy, that is that can takes care of the data protection of users, takes into account errors, etc. So then we move on into Sketch and Decide, and these are topics that we will be discussing in the next workshop on April 2nd. And we're going to go in depth into errors, how to manage errors, what to do or how to present errors to users. How do you explain in more detail what the application is doing without describing the technology behind it? Then how to provide how to enable feedback from users and enhance the machine learning models, and several other topics around AI product design. And finally, decide. So decide which of the different ideation possibilities that we come from these two workshops to compile and put it together and design a product that is relevant to users. The prototyping and validation phase will not be covered in these two workshops, and this is expected to be done on your own. And you can then do sketches that reflect more of your particular interest in any of these topics. So does it sound good to you?
Yes.
Sounds great.
Great. Perfect. It's great to hear that you're still there. Cool. Okay, so this is more or less the agenda today. This is more or less the time we are going to be spending on this. I hope that we may be faster in some things, but this is more or less how this will look like. So we're going to have some breaks, and also if you need a particular break, feel free to go ahead, grab your coffee or water, stretch your legs, and just catch up where the group is. Good. So now I have prepared a short icebreaker for us. So the idea here is that you find an icon from the left hand side here that represents your main strength professionally. So in my case, I am a researcher. I worked as a researcher for more than 7 years. So I have found this icon, kind of like exploring data. So find an icon that represents your strength professionally. Then insert a comment indicating your name, your location, your profession, and your LinkedIn link if you would like others to connect with you. And place the icon on the quadrant that best represents your points of view around these topics. And the points of view are around familiarity with AI applications, and how it works. So you are very familiar or not so familiar. And the other topic is what you think about AI. So this is a great technology that will help improve business, or it has risks and we are still not prepared to manage these kind of products. So we're going to be dedicating around 3 minutes for this, and then we will discuss in a group. So let's go ahead. Feel free to ask if you have any questions. All right. Perfect. So I see many of us are kind of clustered. This is really cool. So let's start with Jarko. Would you like to introduce yourself in this context?
Yes, happy to do it. So, in this context, please, I have a long background, like 20 years from the human-centered design, from different kind of things on digital services, products, processes, etc. But lately, during the last few years, I've been really keen on this AI and data movement, so working with the data beforehand as well.
Mhm.
And now, as Caroline mentioned in the beginning, we've been researching also these trustworthy AI topics
Mhm.
for some time already, and trying to develop also own methods for assessing the trustworthiness for example, in a concepts like or journeys like we have in this challenge. And so looking forward into or see that these things, there's lots of movement going now,
Mhm.
way more than 1.5 or 2 years ago, which is a very good thing. So I believe these big challenges will be solved, even maybe before this, like EU
Mhm.
AI acts or any such will be dominating the things.
Right.
So uh, I think this is my favorite topic. Like, how do we combine this, let's say, design knowledge and then the science, engineering, all these pieces together. So
Mhm.
been working on that in a more traditional context with web and products, etc. But now this AI, I think this is
Cool.
awesome.
Mhm. Perfect. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us. And I really hope that this workshop can help you get more inspired and maybe also more curious to continue exploring this topic. So let's move on. Caroline, if you would like to say some words about yourself and some information around your location in this quadrant.
Sure. I think I did mention already a bit at the beginning. I also have around decades of work experience from human-centric design, starting from visual designer, then UX designers, web
Mhm.
designers, then to service designers. In my past work, because of the workplace I was in, I had a chance to work very closely with data scientists.
Mhm.
That was the time I truly benefit by collaborating with data scientists, understood in practical level how we could leverage the meaning of a quantitative research,
Mhm.
set a landscape, and then further carry out with qualitative research to understand the contextual informations of our design. And then later on, I myself also get much more interested and involved and also use the data-driven design method.
Mhm.
So whenever I carry out a project, I always paying attention to define initial design hypothesis
Mhm.
and figure out how do I want to validate those hypotheses, no matter it's a smaller POC or longer implementation projects. So that's why now I'm working as a lead service designer with Jarko,
Mhm.
and advocating for the AI design sprint, and also involved in this ethics in AI and data.
Mhm.
And that's why this part of the topic is so close to my heart.
Sure.
Yeah, and I do believe as a designer and knowing lots of designer fellows, for us, it's also a transforming time
Mhm.
from the traditional ways, how we're seeing the human experience, how we're seeing the interaction with the devices. Now, with data and AI, the interaction journey will be changed.
Mhm.
And the end user's awareness also need to be changed. So we have more responsibilities as a designer to carry out this change and to be aware of our way of working also need to be progress with this era. Yeah.
Right. Awesome. Thank you so much, Caroline.
Thank you.
It's really, really great to have you here. And I'm sure we're going to learn a lot from you, from each other. And yeah, I really look forward to see the result.
Thank you. Nice to see you guys.
Thank you. So let's move on with Marie.
Hi everyone. Okay, my work experience starts from home shopping TV channel, and it went to a retail store, gift shop, and between that, I have some concern in the creativity. I guess AI tends to pasteurize, like make everything like seems look alike in some way. And this, I think that retail is emotion and a surprise, and it needs to be like that to make it grow and to advance it. So I think I'm very enthusiastic for the automation and everything, but in one side. But I do recall that Amazon have this employee that was ranging the things on the side because people love to chat, and in Brazil, I mean, love to chat, and the buying experience is something there is like a social component that is very important. And for the home shopping, to know the person that is presenting the items, and to have the specialist giving opinions and everything. Like the buying experience is something like a chat, but with enhanced information. So I don't know if I am afraid, in fact, that AI might like pasteurize, make things look too alike, and different cultures, and like I see for Brazil, we have like some things that are very like worldly standards, and we have things that are disruptive because they are grassroots. They pick up some items of the culture, but the mainstream culture, but they gather other things. So I think that's it. I do believe that human beings are very creative, and this must be a concern.
Yes.
For the best, I mean.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, you raise a very important topic, which is how do we integrate the diversity of cultures, the diversity of human expression into a technology, or how do we combine these two things with a technology that actually is looking for patterns, that is actually looking for common ways of doing things. So it's definitely a challenge, and I personally think it's kind of like in the early stages, but this is really exciting what you just mentioned, because the idea is not a technology to change our ways of being, but rather to have a technology that complements our ways of being, that goes one-on-one with us. So, and that's actually the purpose of designing human-centered AI products. So I would really also like to see how how your input influences the way we guide this design. Perfect. Good. So let's move on here. This is very interesting. Julia, if you would like to say some words.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, I'm Julia, and yeah, I actually I work in the same company with Jarkko and Caroline, so that's how I found the invitation here, and very excited to take part of the workshop. And reason I'm really interested in AI is, well, first of all, through my studies, I study MA digital management at Hyper Island, and we had a a module concerning digital disruption and AI, and I understood that actually it's already some sort of machine learning or AI is already part of most of the tools that I use every day, well, like Google Maps. So
Right.
and I realized that how important it is, but also it's really like the maps helping the experience to be more humane, and it's not anymore so like strength taking to try to find the thing that you want to get to. Like it can really bring many advantages. Like in a shop example you showed, that maybe I don't need to queue anymore in a shop. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to queue. Or in
Indeed.
at the airport, and I really want to buy this thing, but I don't have time to queue, so maybe I need to just leave it. So yeah, it solves a lot of things that could cause maybe stress, and anyway, I find AI potential huge, and can't wait to learn more.
Cool. Thank you so much, Julia. Thanks for being with us. And again, as I said, I really hope that this workshop can help as inspiration and also can support your work moving forward. Okay, so Verena, I believe you are the last but not least.
Thank you. Again, I'm sorry I can't turn on my camera. It just doesn't work with Google Meet.
All right.
So I've thinking about this task, I've realized, I think for the first time, that I'm actually coming at this topic from a technological perspective. I just recently changed into IT, into data science, after longish careers in communications and business, like finance, for renewable energies. So that was like kind of a revelation already, that I felt like for the AI topic, even though I have some design sprint experience, I haven't yet combined it. Like I have like on the AI topic, I have a real technological perspective. So I see what we can do with this technology, and at the same time, and that's why I'm more on the skeptical side of things, I see also challenges and risks involved. I think it's part a cultural perception. I think Germany is famous or infamous for being very skeptical about data privacy issues. But also just, topics of fairness, transparency, and I would say this sort of inherent belief that because it's a technological solution, it's supposed to be more fair or more objective than human decisions, that I find, one really needs to dig into the data that's fed into the system to see if there's inherent biases, etc. So I think I have a rather skeptical perspective, while at the same time I see the huge potential, right? Like all the things that we mentioned about how it can improve our lives. But I think what you said in the beginning, Johanni, about like having a choice, how like about our data, how much of it we want to give up for what purpose, and what we get back in reward. I think that's an angle that I find very important.
Cool. Absolutely. I think your role in the team will be crucial because it will help us balance a little bit the expectations and what we are designing, because it seems that we are very much into the benefits of AI and how much it can help us. But I think it's equally important to be aware of the risks and have this kind of comprehensive view on what are the impacts to users and to different sources that we're collecting data from. Awesome. So thank you so much to all of you for participating in this part of the workshop. We will now move on to the case studies. So as I mentioned, we're going to go through 2 case studies, and then we will discuss some critical moments in the user journey in which they are interacting with the AI, and then opportunity statements for the design. So going directly into the case studies, the goal is to start warming up the thinking about applying AI into into our product. So we will go through a case study of a completely different product. And the idea is that we get kind of lessons learned from that product and apply to our smart supermarket. We're going to read the scenarios. They're relatively short. I'm going to give you some more instructions in just some second. And then we will answer some questions to help reflect on these case studies. So, okay, important is to know that these are not base case scenarios. So they are not written to show us the best practice around AI and how to present them to users. They're just used to start reflecting on how to explain AI to users and how this can be better used in the specific context of use of users. So it is about a car design. Here I have some more details. Just one second. So these are initially 5 case studies. We're going to focus on 2 today. And we will be exposed to questionable or problematic explainability issues with this with the product. So we will discuss how and why to improve the design of the AI systems and their explanations. So the case studies are about a car. So they're about an imagined high-tech new car called the Model U, with audio and visual sensors for identification of passengers, a personalized entertainment system, a reliable self-driving service, including taking complete driving control on highways, and advanced assistance in parking lots. The Model U is sold directly by intelligent engines to consumers, but currently it is only sold to drivers in a small part of the country to test its functionalities in the real world. The self-driving option is so reliable that drivers can spend their time on highways immersed in other things until the car nears a highway exit. Drivers are dismayed that policymakers have not yet given intelligent engines regulatory approval to enable the self-driving feature on non-highways, even though it has been extensively tested on local roads. So that's the context of the case studies. The characters that we will encounter are the following. Olivia and Richard recently bought a Model U. They have 2 children, Timothy, an elementary schooler, and Christina, a preschooler. And Alex and Blake are friends of Olivia and Richard. Okay, so that's the context of the case study. We're gonna now move to the scenarios. We will start with the scenario 1. So here you can see the PDF of the case study. For all of you who are familiar with Miro, you know you can go through the document by pressing here and walking through the different pages, or you can also download the document by pressing here. So the idea is that we spend now 5 minutes reading this scenario 1 only, and go through the entire scenario, the entire case, and we will then come together to discuss the individual questions as a group. So if you have any questions, feel free to raise them now. If not, then we can start. So we're going to have 5 minutes for this. Feel free to read the scenario 1. You can download the document if it's more convenient for you to highlight information and to feel confident about the story. Let's go for it. All right. Good. How did you find it? Is it interesting to you?
Sounds quite realistic scenario.
Mm-hmm. Cool, cool, very nice. Good. So the idea is that now we discuss some questions around explainability. And the first thing we're going to do is to collect a few pieces of information from this case study, kind of copy-paste, that we believe are relevant in terms of explanation for an AI product. So the idea now is that you grab a sticky note from here, and then you place it on this side, and you insert here pieces of information from the case study that you believe are relevant, or that just you find interesting and that we should kind of focus on. Let's do this for first 3 minutes, and if we need more, then I will extend it. Okay, perfect. Do you need some more time? All right, so let's extend this for 2 more minutes and then we recap. All right. Good. So now we can go a step further with the next question, which is what information on your list, on this list of points that we highlighted, are appropriate, are meaningful, and timely for a driver who just entered the car for the first time. So the idea now is that we start filtering this data and we look through this collection of ideas that we have here, and we then start, we can do duplicate, so Control D, or copy paste, the sticky notes that contain information that we believe are meaningful for someone who entered the car for the first time. Let's do this again for 3 minutes, and if we need more time, then we can extend it.
Mhm.
Mhm.
I got a question, which is there amount of stickies we should be picking, or?
No, it's free, so
Okay.
you can select one or as many as you like. Okay, so let's start. Perfect. Good. Now, what we will do is we will select information from our list that we believe is useful every time a driver gets into the car. So until now, we have seen, okay, all what the information there is in the case study, then what information is meaningful or relevant and timely for a driver who just entered the car. And now we will filter this list to select information that is useful for someone every time they get into the car. Let's do this again for 3 minutes, and we can then continue with the next one. Sorry there. All right, good. So now we have what information we believe is essential for someone who gets into the car every single time. Now, the point is we need to discuss now if we think that this is a good explanation and if it is good or not and why. So let's dedicate, again, I would say 2 minutes for this one. If this information we have available in the case study for for someone who enters the car every single time is a good explanation for someone or not, and provide some short information why you think it is good or it is not good. Okay, let's go for it. Awesome. Great. So I see that we are immersing ourselves into the topic and better understanding what it means in a real life case. So the next question is about the failures. So in the case study, you saw moments in which the application was not recognizing people and was providing explanations to it. So now the idea is that we reflect on it and identify if these are good explanations of the identification failures, and provide some information about it, why we think it's good or bad. So let's do the same now, 3 minutes for this to identify these explanations and make an assessment if it is useful or not. Awesome. Great. We're almost done with this section. There are two more questions left. And the next one is to discuss some approaches for more helpful explanations. So the idea is that we translate these failures that we saw here and how we liked or disliked them, and now phrase some ways in which we could improve the way the failures were explained. Yeah. So if everything is clear, then let's move on. 3 more minutes with this. So it's essentially to provide recommendations on how we could improve the way the machine, the car, could tell the user what the failure is and how they can solve it.
Can you give an example?
Yes, for sure.
Thank
I
you.
would actually, yes, absolutely. We're gonna go through our answers at the end of this round. But the idea is, because it's something very personal, right? I cannot like tell what you may find something as not suitable for you as a user of such a car. But it's more like if you found a way the machine or the car was telling the user, okay, I couldn't do this, I couldn't recognize you, for example. If you liked it, great. Then what would you do so that it's even better? And if you disliked it, yeah, what would you do or say so that it can be improved? Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Good. So let's go for it. I like this idea of placing an arrow from the error to the improved way. I think this is a nice approach. Thank you, Caroline.
Yeah, no worries.
Perfect. Good. So then the last question on this scenario, before we discuss the application in our smart supermarket, is this one. So in situations where the Model U does not successfully identify a registered driver, what mechanism should be provided so that so they can start their car, and how should it be communicated to them? Okay, so if the model cannot identify the registered driver, what mechanism, what options would you consider could be useful? It could be something that you have already used, or something that used in different contexts, not with a smart car, but maybe some application that already exists nowadays, or something that you imagine, that you envision could be practical to identify a driver using an application like AI, and so that they can start using the application, and how it should be communicated to them. Let's dedicate some time, some 3 minutes on this. All right, so that's it. This is the first case study. Now, what I would like us to do is to reflect a little bit on our answers and what insights we found in this case study so that we can use this information, these lessons that we learned for the design of the smart supermarket. So I would like us to do that freely. If any of you would like to unmute yourself and share some thoughts from your experience with this case study.
Maybe I will start just to,
Yes.
conversation flow. I think we all worked on this, and it's my first time to do a such exercise using the Google AI Design Sprint.
Mm-hmm.
So after I was a bit slow, I finished the scenario, but I didn't really keep a sharp mind recording all the informations.
Mm-hmm.
So when I started putting down the information I had, I tried to stay neutral.
Mm-hmm.
What are the general information I got? But I also noticed some of us already went to a more descriptive or more detailed level of information, or through some opinions on it already.
Mm-hmm.
And then gradually I figure out, okay, how does it funneled in from the general information to good information, bad information, and improvements.
Mm-hmm.
That I gradually get it. Then some of the idea was already starting at the beginning, but I think we were a bit hurried to jump into the suggestions. Then few of my case came to that my answer is already the next question.
Okay.
Yeah, but there's no hurts for that because when I focus on the real question, I can really think through more comprehensively what was my initial hunch for the solution suggestions. I can open it up. I also find it was really good to have this collaborative board using Miro, then seeing what others say and help me to understand the different perspectives that linked with the same topic.
Right.
To help me to carry out ideas.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, with this experience, you can have your first experimentation with this methodology, and then you can run your own workshops, and then you have a better impression of how it works and where to focus specifically. Good. If there is someone else that would like to share insights and your experience on this, and also specifically on the case study, if something that struck your mind and you found particularly interesting.
I would like to share that I'm very impatient. I wouldn't have enough patience to listen all the things that the car wants to say. I would like it not to say too much. And I think facial recognition should be combined with other kind of recognition, and focus on the usage of the car. For instance, in here, sometimes we have to go very fast if you are in a dangerous place, or if you drink and you have a friend to drive you. So I think should be very quick, because imagine you drink and you have a friend to drive you, then you have to think over all the answers to the car. Impossible. So I think it's too much machine oriented than human oriented.
Lovely. Very, very insightful. And I personally agree with that. And I would only suggest that we move on to the next question in this scenario, and then we can finalize this part, which is essentially to reflect a little bit on going back to our smart supermarket, the initial case that we had at the beginning. And the idea is, after we have gone through that case study of the Model U, and we have seen what worked and what didn't work, and as Marie was mentioning, that it was at sometimes a bit wordy, it was a bit lengthy, so it made some people a bit impatient. what of these things that we learned from this case study could be insights that can help us design this AI product, this mobile app for the smart supermarket that will help users better navigate the supermarket, find the products that are useful to them, track what they're shopping, and so on, as we learn, as we discuss the user journey. So now let's dedicate some 3 to 5 minutes reflecting how these things that we learned around explainability could be applicable for this smart supermarket. Let's do this for 4 minutes first, and then we see how it goes. Okay, perfect. Wow, we collected so many insights. This is awesome. Great. So I would say let's take a break of 5 minutes to stretch our legs, grab some coffee or water before we continue to the next one. And yeah, so I promise you, it's also very exciting. It's more about the recommendation system, and maybe for some of us could be particularly relevant around AI. Good. So see you in 5 minutes.
See you soon.
See you. All right, we are back. Good. Perfect. So the next thing is the scenario number 3. So since you already have the PDF, you just need to scroll a little bit down and you find the scenario is called Entertainment Recommender System. So we will follow the same approach. This scenario is much shorter, it's only 1 page. And yeah, let's dedicate 5 minutes reading it, and then we do the same procedure we did before. So let's go for it. Okay, so I believe by now most of us may have gone through the case. So here the question is, if Richard answered yes, How should the music review feature work since he is driving? So yes to the question that the machine provided to the user. I'm sorry, I did not understand your command. Did you wish to review your music history? So if Richard says yes, how should it work? How should the feature work? Because he is the one driver. Okay, let's take some 3 minutes doing this, and then we move on. Perfect. Good. So let's move on to the next question. What should the music review feature work? How should the review feature work when the user is not driving? So in this case, Richard was driving. He was trying to adjust the music feature. How do you think it should work when he is not driving and still he wants to change his preferences? Let's spend some time on this. Mhm. Okay, perfect. Good. Then the next question is, does Richard understand enough about how the entertainment recommender system chooses songs? If not, what does he need to learn in order to meaningfully influence it? So, based on the information in the case study, do you believe that he more or less understands how it works? Yes or not? And if not, what does he need to learn? What information he needs, in your opinion, in order to make meaningful recommendations or meaningful controls in the system? Okay, let's spend some time on this. All right, perfect. Good. So now let's just have a short discussion about this part of the case study. So feel free to unmute yourself and just say what you consider relevant in this kind of recommender system? What you found like essential and that we should highlight?
Well, hey, Julia here.
Mhm.
For me, like the first thought was that it's more important for the recommender system to understand Richard
Mhm.
than Richard understanding. Like I don't think, especially when driving, he should not really be understanding. It should just work for him and learn
Right.
from him.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point.
I think.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, please go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
I was just thinking that I think I could imagine that it makes sense to have like for different situations, different solutions, right? Like that you have like this situation where you're driving and you need a different representation of the information that he's asking for, and also maybe limited interaction possibilities because that would just distract him from driving and would be dangerous.
Mhm.
But at some point, he should have the opportunity to have like a more to have more ownership over the data he entered and change it and maybe
Mhm.
correct it or organize it in a way. Also see like maybe the recommendations he has entered, and that
Mhm.
could apply to different use cases as well. That for different scenarios, you want like different solutions.
Mhm. Amazing. Thank you.
Yeah, I resonate with what Verena said also. Recommending is just a way of processing the data, but exactly how to display that result and giving how much control to the user for managing the result, I think that's what leads to the design.
Mhm.
For example, in recommendation that if Richard could already, actually also mentioned in the scenario, he have different playlist.
Mhm.
So if the song that he is now recommended, and he knew that it's categorized into the certain playlist, he would be more confident and certain, okay, this song that he have listened with his children, it's into the kids playlist. And then a different way to sort his preferences. That's also even lead to me to think, at least when I using the Spotify recommendation, it doesn't really match my preference, although the machine try to. So I'm also challenging the idea of, instead of fully trusting the automation, this automated recommendation system, we could even give the control to the user to decide what type of playlist he want to use the algorithm to recommend, what type of playlist that he would prefer to manually pick.
Absolutely. Perfect. So it goes into the direction of explainability so that the user is aware, but also controlled, right? So that they know, okay, where is what and how I can change it. Okay, perfect.
I got also idea that as my Spotify is all mixed up to the having two kids, small kids, so it's the maybe in a car it could also work so that if you are doing a commute or a longer trip, it could maybe even ask that, shall I, let's say, take this what you've been listening into into your recommendations or not. So you might be in a mood that you even don't want to
Right.
make it into the recommendations at all.
Absolutely.
And then this, I read some of these parts or notes and noticed that maybe this U model could do this. Let's say more link it into a brand, like what I see, like maybe Tesla users may be more into like friends with other Tesla users or such. You could have some, let's say, brand related or these brand users list, shared lists or something like that.
Absolutely.
Community.
Good. Yeah, and also I think in this case we are focused a lot on voice interfaces. So we also need to be kind of like creative enough to kind of translate what we typically do in a mobile app into a voice interface, which is it's designed still, but it requires like uh, creating a bridge between the two worlds to translate this in verbal form and also culturally appropriate, right, to the diverse ways which we communicate and we interpret information. Cool. Good. So with these insights, let's do this final exercise in the scenarios. And with this that we just discussed, let's write down things that are relevant for our smart supermarket case. So, so how does research experience with training the entertainment system apply to how and if when you might explain to users what your product, our product, is doing and whether the user has any control over it? So it is essentially how we could envision such a recommender system, in this case, a mobile app for the smart supermarket, could how it could work and in which way it would explain users what the recommendation is about and how they can control it, how they can adjust it. So again, let's spend here some 3 to 4 minutes and then we can move on. All right, perfect. So this was the first part on scenarios. So as I mentioned before, the idea was to place our minds into the context of a machine learning based or powered application that provides users with explanations and with recommendations on how to improve their experience and how to obtain an experience or obtain products or services that are relevant to them. So now we're going to move back to our initial project, initial product statement. And we will be discussing critical moments in this user journey. So we're going to take those insights that we gathered from the case studies to place them in the context of this smart supermarket. So in critical moments, the idea is to uncover potential user problems during their touch points, in key touch points in the user experience. So and this is in the scope of the challenge statement that we have. I will provide it to you again in a second. So what we will do is that we will discuss the key moments in our product where machine learning based problems may occur. So I selected these key moments so that we can speed up the process. And the idea is that we document potential user problems on each one of these critical moments that the user has in their user journey. So just as a refresher, the challenge is to design a smart supermarket experience for novice and expert users. This means users that are new to machine learning and AI, as well as users who know very well how AI works. And yeah, they know their way around it and how it can help them. Focusing on building trust in product recommendations. So concepts incorporate principles around transparency, explainability, feedback, and performance. And the output will be to form a product roadmap for a following year. So that's the context of our project. Good. So as I mentioned, these critical moments are places in the product where trust can be gained or or lost. So moments in which the user may think, okay, this is really not helping. This is not useful for me. I just leave it. This is a critical moment, or a moment in which the user says, okay, this is really useful. This adds value to me, and therefore I will continue using it. So I selected these moments that I believe are critical in such an application. And since it is indicated here, these are typically places where the user interacts with machine learning algorithms, so recommendations delivered, explanations, confidence scores, errors, etc. So these moments are the following. So explaining the theme during the onboarding, when users download the supermarket app, learn how the system works, and insert their contact and payment information. So I actually created a set of slides with images illustrating how this may look like so that it can facilitate placing ourselves into that moment when users are interacting with this application. So the first critical moment is when users download the app, they learn how the system works, so kind of onboarding, and then they start inserting their contact and payment information. That's the first one. The second critical moment is when they start shopping. So they start the shopping experience, they go to the shop, and then users scan the barcode from the app to enter the supermarket, as we saw with Amazon Go. Then the third critical moment are the recommendations. So for example, when users get information about discounts for products that are relevant to them, or areas where they are located, and find things that could be useful for them based on their shopping patterns, if they have already used this. If not, then simply discounts in general. So then the next one is tracking products. So products are added to digital shopping cart as they are inserted into the physical cart. So this is another moment when they are just adding their products, and then they see that automatically these products are added. And finally, we have purchase completion. Users exit the store, going through a station that detects users' ID, completing automatically their purchase. So, okay, they have all their products, they are good to go, and they just go. They go through this bar, through the doors actually of the shop, and then they complete their order, the purchase. So the idea is that now we dedicate 5 minutes on each one of these critical moments and reflect what could be potential problems that users may encounter on each one of these moments. What do you think could be an issue for users? Let's start with this one, explaining the onboarding, and let's dedicate 5 minutes on this. Let's go for it. Feel free to ask if you have any question, and we can then work and discuss in parallel. Okay, let's go for it. Perfect. Good. So we can just right away go to the next critical moment, which is starting the shopping experience when users scan a barcode from the app to enter the supermarket. So let's do the same thing. Yeah, let's discuss first. Let's take 4 minutes and then we see how it goes. The same thing. Let's brainstorm what potential problems may occur from the experiences that you may have already using barcodes, scanning, scanners, and what you think users, what kind of problems users may encounter. Okay, let's go for it. Perfect. Good. So that was that part. Now we move on to recommendations. So users have scanned their barcode, they can enter the supermarket. Now they get recommendations. They are in an aisle, let's say in the fruits and vegetables, and suddenly they get a pop-up message that provides them with information about discounts. Okay, so let's reflect now on potential issues. What problems may users encounter in this process? Let's spend some time on that. Perfect. Good. And now we are in the tracking products. So users continue their journey. They start collecting products. They add it to their physical cart, and these products get automatically inserted into their digital shopping cart. So now let's reflect a little bit on potential problems that may occur in this process. Great. So we are now in the last critical moment, the purchase completion. So now users have all the products they need, and they are about to exit the store. They go through this station that detects their ID, they have still their app on, and yeah, they complete their purchase automatically. So let's reflect a little bit on potential issues that may arise while users are exiting the store and completing their purchase. Perfect. Good. So this was that part, the critical moments. Now the idea is that we reflect a little bit on the questions that we were discussing previously in the case studies and see which of those questions apply to this product. So the idea is that now we go through the questions we were analyzing before in the case studies and the problems we identified in the product, the Model U. And then, yeah, copy the sticky note that we think has some content that is relevant for this product, and then paste it here so that we can consider it for following steps in the design process. Yeah. So then let's dedicate for this some 4 to 5 minutes, and then we can wrap up. Mhm. Great. All right. So now let's do, before we go into the last part of the workshop, let's do a brief reflection on this section on critical moments and the problems that users may encounter and what you think about it. How do you find this approach to identifying problems and also addressing these critical issues with machine learning interaction with users, or users interacting with machine learning, better said. So feel free to unmute yourself and share your thoughts.
Well, I was thinking about shopping experiences, taking my two little boys with me, and I find that often the where we have problems is at the end because we queuing and the waiting is too long and they start to disappearing or something, you know. So it's always a bit makes me a bit nervous. Is there going to be a long queue? Is my card going to work? What's going to happen? But this brings it at the front, so there could be it could be a good thing. It's a problem also that if the logging in or my shopping account doesn't work at the beginning, but then maybe I know the problem already before going to the shop, so I'm not gonna enter if I have my kids. Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. Thanks a lot for sharing that. Any other thoughts?
I thought using critical moment is a very good way to look at the user journey, because the key steps in the user journey doesn't always necessarily equal to a critical moment.
Right.
So in this case, you have chosen for us. And I'm wondering that in real case, what are the criteria we should take into consideration to identify those critical moments? Is it something that where machine and human experience highly interlinked, or something else? That's one thought. And also reflecting on the AI design sprint, in that approach, there identified anchor points among the user journey, then to open up how the machine works, human experience work, and then understand the impact of whole journey. But then I thought maybe we could refine that, also focus a bit more on the critical moments in the user journey instead of the same anchor points. Then on the other thought I had was, since the overall, when we're talking about AI concept, it's something we may know some level, but overall our idea are on the speculation area.
Right.
So it's highly related to our personal experience. Some people may know, some people may not know. So if we run this workshop with people then who should be involved and how much of background information they should have in order to, since we're doing ideation, that has as many aspects as possible involved and mapped out. Yeah, that's my few thoughts.
Absolutely. I mean, I fully resonate with all what you said, especially with the last part, the ideation part, the speculative part. And this is a point that I actually noted that I identified as well in this process, in this approach that Google suggests, that requires some kind of futures thinking. So you need to be kind of creative enough to imagine these possibilities, to place yourself into the future and kind of embed a user, right? We normally do that when we talk about users' context and we use personas and we try to recognize them. But now we are in a new scenario in which we have a new technology. So yeah, it requires a little bit of futures thinking, but also be critical about what is actually relevant and what is realistic. So that point that you mentioned, yeah, who should be invited to such a workshop? Google suggests, well, it should be like normally, your colleagues, people from different departments, so that everybody has an opinion on that. But the typical process, as I have understood the guideline, requires to do some, of course, previous research and analysis on the user problem, and users' mental models around this type of applications and contexts. So yeah, the workshop would kind of implies that we already kind of understand that. So, but definitely I agree with you there. Now with AI, we are kind of exposed to a situation which we actually are creating things that don't exist yet. So we have to kind of be creative on that.
Mhm. Yeah.
I find that with Google Design Sprint, the way it's built, that you are first presented of maybe, with inspiration and knowledge that should, everybody's kind of aligned with their thinking. I found that we had a design sprint, for example, with bank managers and more financial, and everybody was really creative when we aligned our thoughts. So I think we can all be creative. It just needs, like you said, the background knowledge is it's good to understand about the topic and then aligning the thoughts together.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
It's good work with anybody.
It's very interesting, but for instance, for retailers, we have a lot of depth of information regarding visual merchandising and non-verbal, how can I say, behaviors in the store that is not tracked in this scenario. And I'm sure that with AI, they will go through this too. And there's a very, very serious business behind the retail organization of the store, physical store, and etc. So I think that there's much more to learn, and the learning curve is in either ways, in the retail, in the AI, and in the for each customer. That's it.
Yes, absolutely. For me, that was also something that I realized, that it's this design is at the interface between physical and digital, because it goes beyond what you do in your app, because you're directly interacting with people, and you may need people, and this is something that we definitely want. We want kind of human interaction in some cases, and of course not all users. But when we talk about yeah, what are physical objects that may influence that digital experience, right? Like, let's say if the app does not recognize my ID, or if my credit card is not recognized, yeah, you need to interact with people, and that requires, arranging for this kind of service design, more comprehensive, more ecosystem-wise experience. So I definitely agree with you in that, and maybe we may need more tools to complement this one. Perfect. Good. So I think we can move on to the final part, which is opportunity statements. So we have now gone through these different steps to understand what is a user journey. So as you saw, the first thing here is to start with the user journey and the problem statement. What we are optimizing for? Now we turn those problems into opportunities. So the idea here is to turn those critical moments into opportunities for solving user problems. So we are now going to ideate a little bit into how we could address those problems. And here we are going to write, for each critical moment, we will write a problem statement in the voice of the user. So how would the user think? How would the user phrase that problem in their own words? And then we will identify relevant patterns from the guideline from Google to solve those problems. So more details here. First of all, here are some examples of how um, those problems sound, or those problems in respect to each critical moment sounds like in the voice of the user. For example, in the onboarding new users, a problem may sound like, I'm not sure what this product can help me with, and I'm afraid to keep pressing buttons to find out. So the idea is that now we go through these things we wrote here, and we phrase some, let's say, 2 to 3 problems in the voice of the user on what we think they may say with respect to these problems we identified. So we will divide in groups because they may require some more in-depth thought. And they also need some more time. So to do that, to make that possible, I would suggest that we just choose a critical moment that sounds the most interesting to us, and that we are able to cover all of them, so that at least one person is doing one critical moment. Now, finding patterns. The guideline has a compilation of patterns here. You can click this image here and this icon, and then you go directly to the area where you can look for those patterns that were identified by the research group at Google. So the idea is that we then, once we have identified the problem in the voice of the user, we then find patterns from this guideline that can help us solve those problems. Here they provide an example. I assume this app is all I need to venture into the woods and know what is safe to eat. So this is what a user would think if they are being onboarded into a mobile app that helps them identify plants in the wood. That was a case study. So then here, what they say is the relevant pattern is set the right expectation. So if we go here, we see how do I get started, for example. It's already highlighted. So here there is a set of patterns in designing for AI that are helpful onboarding users. And as you can see, they say, determine if AI adds value. We have already covered that because we are sure that this is an AI-powered product. And then the next one is set the right expectations. And if you click here, then they provide some short information what is meant by them to set the right expectation. So that you don't tell, okay, we are going to help you identify all plants that exist everywhere in the world, but rather, okay, we're going to help you identify these kind of plants in this area that are helpful for these type of cases. So this is an example. So that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to phrase a problem in the voice of the user. Then we are going to identify the right pattern from the guideline. You can choose the question you think is most helps the most for this case, for that problem. And then you explain in which way you could use that pattern to help solve the problem from the user's point of view. Does it sound good to you? Are you still there?
Yes, and a question I have.
Yes.
Do I understand correctly that there can be several patterns that are relevant for this critical moment? So we can have
Yes.
several solutions and several. Okay.
Yes,
Good.
that's correct. That's correct. And that's a very good point, because we're going to have different patterns that can help us address that problem. And it would be great if we can find several, because it can help us also better understand different angles in which we could use these patterns guideline from Google, and also ideate in which way we could design this application, that at least to have options in which we could design the interface. So there are different patterns and there are also different problems. I would say try to focus on a single problem so that we can do this in a more structured way, and also there is not much space here. But I leave it up to you, actually. So if you like to have different problems and then different patterns, and then one pattern per problem is also, I leave it to you, up to you. But ideally, at least one problem and at least two patterns that can help us solve this, and then two ways you could address this. So I would suggest that you use a text function, which is essentially you press the key T, and then you immediately get this, so that you can start typing here. Yeah. So okay, so that's that. We have here, I have a slide for each critical moment. So I believe there are 5 exactly. So the idea is that you claim one of them. So I would kindly ask you to take a sticky note and then write your name on top of that on the sticky note, and then you place it where you want to work for this exercise. Also, feel free to ask if you have any particular question. This part of the workshop, it's a bit more analytical, but it's equally straightforward. So it's essentially, as I said, we just go and reflect a little bit on what we wrote, on what we ideated as a group, on the specific critical moment you have. Then you identify like the most relevant problem that you saw in that critical moment, and then you go and figure out, okay, what pattern, which way I could help solve that, okay, and how do I envision this pattern being used in such a mobile app to help users with that particular problem. Okay, so we have Verena here, and we have Jarko, then Caroline, and Julia. Okay, perfect. So I think I will take this one. So if we are all set, then we can start. So I would suggest we dedicate some 30 minutes on this, and feel free to ask questions in between. Yeah? Perfect. So let's go for it.
I'm out of
Mhm.
frame. I don't have a frame.
Oh, you don't have a frame?
No.
What does that mean? I'm not sure.
You
Okay.
can take the chat.
Okay, I find an empty one. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Good. Yeah, and that's one thing. Yeah, so in some we may need two people. So I will support one of you, or I will go through the different ones, and then yeah, collaborate a little bit. Good.
Okay.
So perfect. So let's go for it. Maria, is it okay if I join you here in tracking products?
Okay.
Yeah, so we just work together on this, and
Mm-hmm.
you will see my mouse around.
Okay.
Cool. So we have 2 minutes and 40 seconds left. We should be wrapping up. All right, the last minute. Great. Perfect. So that was the big part, I would say, of this workshop. Now, the idea is that we briefly go through our answers, our reflection, the problems we identified, and then the pattern that we considered was relevant for it, and then the solution. So I would say we can start from the onboarding section. So Verena, if you would like to say some words about your work.
Yeah, sure. So I was starting from one scenario. Of course, there can be many scenarios, but I started from the scenario that I want to set up the app quickly because I want to go shopping soon. So I don't do that like many days in advance and have a lot of time to go through everything. But I'm also concerned about data privacy. So I want to have a quick way of setting up my profile in the app while still feeling in control over my data. And I found 3 patterns useful for that. They set the right expectations, explain the benefit, not the technology, and be transparent about privacy and data settings. So it's like kind of it's an interplay between these 2 themes about finding an easy way to set up my profile and still feeling in control with the data that goes through all these solutions. So there's a bit of repetition now when I go to the solution section. So while onboarding, explain which features can be used with which data privacy and data sharing options. And basically, from what we had discussed previously, I felt that the recommendations part is like where we can make a good distinction and can say, I want recommendations, I want to share my shopping history for that, or I don't want that. And then regarding explaining the benefit, not the technology, that also is like very closely linked in this case to the data privacy part, because we need to explain what data needs to be used in order to offer a certain added value, like for instance the recommendation function. So in the end, I was feeling like in order to have like still two quick setup solutions, I would offer like two basic sort of setups. One is like sort of the basic, just the basic shopping experience, everything you need to do just to check in, collect your stuff at the shop and check out without any recommendations or added functionality. And then one that's could be called assisted or something like this, where you have this recommendation function included. And also, I think it's important to, while explaining these different options you have, to note that you can always change it later on. Like for instance, if you now choose to share your shopping history to get recommendations, that you later can change that to get no recommendations, but also to have the option to kind of have your data removed for this usage. Right, like so that
Yeah.
you can try, and then you can realize that it's not added value for me, and I feel more comfortable removing this. That you know where you can do it and how you can do it. So yeah, that was what
Yeah.
I was thinking about that.
Perfect. I mean, very, very interesting. I think in the onboarding is essential, right? To set up the right expectations, because that's the first touch point with the application. Needs to be relevant enough so that users can continue. So yeah, and also the data privacy, very important. And also I personally liked the part in which you differentiate the different types of experiences, like a basic one and an advanced one. I think that's very cool, very nice. So if someone would like to share some thoughts for these solutions, feel free. Okay, good. So I think we're good to go. Thank you so much, Verena, for sharing your thoughts on this. I hope it was also particularly interesting to you. Good. So let's move on to the starting the shopping experience. So Jarko, if you would like to present it.
Yeah, but I can maybe shortly comment on Verena's thoughts as well, as I think this is the next phase on the journey, and I think these things are quite interlinked or connected. So first of all, I wanted to concentrate on this, that how can I feel safe and secure when entering the store using this app and the barcode identifier. So it's probably exciting the first time to go there and not only enter the store but exit the store. So what happens? So maybe have it could relate into, let's say, at least two patterns. There's plenty of other patterns which would be compatible or would get some further ideas, but I chose these two. So how to make it safe to explore. So once getting into the store, providing maybe a guidance or maybe even recognizing that you are on that store. So how to enhance that and making sure that you scanned it, and maybe even tell that it's okay to just exit if you don't want to.
It's
If
true.
you want to try and see that it has, for example, locked, then this visit and you can see it afterwards, to also gain some trust. And then when starting or passing this checkpoint, I think it might be also, the guidance could include that if you want to have these recommendations on or off, or if you would just like to try them without any of personal data to taking into account with these recommendations. And then so it in general, it would be good that if it would be easy to start with the minimum configuration and maybe even introduce these enhanced preferences once getting familiar or getting X amount of visits, so that
Mhm.
it also feels that it's growing along my usage.
Mhm.
Then the second point is like determine if AI adds value, that pattern. So I think that pattern also explained that another option could be this heuristic based, like if-else conditions kind of things, and questioning the need for AI. So I think in this case the AI is not really, it's not mandatory at all to enter the store. And it could also be something like to enhance the trust on this setup, that you could whitelist your favorite stores or block certain, that it doesn't work elsewhere than particular stores which I used to go or something like that. And yeah, so basically then also the same point, that adding more automation once you are more familiar.
Mhm. Awesome. Perfect. It's I really like the concept of progressive experience. So that you provide more features as users interact with the application, that you don't overwhelm them with everything, right? And very much connected with what Verena was presenting initially to differentiate experience. I think that's a very interesting concept. And also that AI is not always needed, as you were mentioning, that we should not focus in on, oh yeah, we have a cool technology and can do many things, let's do everything with AI, but rather focusing on what is actually needed and what makes sense, what is the problem at hand. Okay, very good. Thank you very much. So some thoughts around it, if anybody would
Yeah,
like. Mhm.
just wanted to add, I think we have this common theme, Jarko, that also that the user should be in control, right? Like that's sort of they can switch on and off and try things out and what works for them. Yeah, we have a lot of overlapping thoughts on that, I think.
Exactly. So that's what I also thought, and also that pattern, I think it might have been one of the patterns, this having the control. So links also, we see lots of cross linkage between the patterns and this
Mhm.
outcome
Cool.
value.
Yeah, and maybe the more you use this kind of guideline, the more we will realize like how it can be expanded. Maybe we, with our own practice, we realize new patterns, and that could be particularly relevant for the products we work for, or the type of technology or the organization we have. So I think it's a good start, but it's good to have this like open mind to explore new things. Cool. So then let's move on to the next one, which is a purchase completion. No, that's wrong. Sorry. That brought me to the wrong place. Sorry. Good. So Caroline, so recommendations. What do
Yes,
we have here?
before completing the shopping.
Yes, sorry.
No worries, no worries. So for me, I take this as an exercise to get familiar with the AI guideline produced from Google. So I was pretty excited to reading all of them. I find it was very inspiring by listening what Verena and Jaakko said, that clearly giving the control and making the experience more familiar for the user.
Mhm.
And then once they are fully accepted, then add more intelligent experience on top of that. But I think my section could dive deeper more into that, but I didn't go that way. I just bring the main relevant guidelines and then articulated it for our use case. The problem I chose here is one, there are many discount products. When you come into the shop, then you feel overwhelmed with too many options, no matter the way it informs you or the relevant discount product, if that's really relevant for you or not. So first is make precision recall trade-offs carefully. That's the basically, it means that determining what is a priority to recommend, what is a prioritization to recommend item to the user. So I thought that was a really good one. For our case, I think it's better to select this precision prioritized. So if you have been purchased certain product very often, and then there is a discount, then that should be on top of the discount product list. And then lower you go with that product list, and it's maybe less relevant or less associated with user. That's one way to go. The second guidebook, the pattern I add is add context from human resources. Well, I thought this was a really good one, especially in term, there was they calibrate their trust through human-to-human connections. We will see the discount product that we are familiar with as well. At least myself testing out some discount product that I don't know about and I want to explore. So how do I know it? So we could, for example, display some of expert recommendations. If I'm shopping a big shopping mall in Finland, like K Market, and if K Market have its own nutrition list, or somehow they have their own in-shop review, and one product is reviewed very well, then it can recommend to me. And by clicking that product, I can see, okay, it has been recommended by this brand, by this shop chain. Or I can also able to see the different people's review. What's the reason they like about this product? Perhaps it's not about price itself, it's about sustainability, footprint matters. And if that's something fits to my preference, then the recommendation could even work on that way to let me see what is the key reason determining the people like this product. The third pattern I find is explain for understanding, not completeness, and that's reflect on the whole experience is on the go. We don't need to over-explain how the recommendation works, but we do need to inform user enough that why do you see these products as recommended discount product? So the example could be that if I have, I received a discount product that it's a milk can, lactose-free and 30% off, and how many of them are in shell, and then underneath, it's just a one sentence that you've purchased multiple times in past few months. Maybe now I'm regrowing the bones and I need more of the milk. So at this period, it's relevant to me, and I have confirmed with my action. Yes, that's why I receive it. Then they should have some more info. If for some type of user, they are more cautious, they do more curious. So then more info they can click in to understand a bit more how exactly the algorithm works to provide a recommendation. The last one I choose here, but not the least, there were still a few other ones really good. The last one I list here is let user give feedback. We have already talked about it. When you see the recommendation products, whether you like it or not like it, so you keep improving the algorithms. And that's it.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. The recommendation part is very important. I mean, it's like in many cases one of the core applications of AI. So definitely important to. I really like very much the prioritization part that you said. It's an important one because you can recommend so many things, right, with AI, and users can buy so many different products, and so there are so many ways in which you can provide recommendation. But I really like the part to prioritize them and do it then in a strategic way, so that it's not like a recommendation, a prioritization standard for everybody, but I think it could be interesting to see what type of prioritization is more relevant for certain users than for others. That would be another application of AI in itself. Cool. Thank you. So some comments for this solution?
So what I really like, I thought was like also going a bit beyond what I had first in mind for the recommendation, is this lifestyle or nutritionist add-on. You know, like it's not just this is what you bought before and this is not cheaper, but that opens the door. If users are willing to share that information, that opens the door to so many added services.
Absolutely. That's very, very cool. Like to have more meaningful recommendations, right? That is not just based on purchasing itself, but rather on your health. For example, if you're interested, I don't know, if you want to lose weight or if you're more into bio products and, to get more recommendations that are meaningful to you. That's a very cool one. Thank you.
I agree also what Verena said and I like really a lot on this, let's say, trade-offs and precision and priority and probably especially in the beginning if thinking, or there might be these other options like these, like sustainability or prioritizing based on that,
Yeah.
because there might be this, you may know this gold start issue or problem which is related to these recommendations that need some time to learn about this, or especially if it's not something typical where you already have lots of data available to train the algorithm.
Yes, absolutely. Cool. So thank you very much, Verena, for that. And Caroline, we move on then to the tracking products. So Marie, if you would like to present your ideas.
Okay, at the start, I guess I didn't understand well, and then I thought of the overall process. So I was not focusing on tracking products. And then I thought about the overall experience, and then I guess explain the benefit, not the technology, was something that a recommendation that I think is very important. Manual controls when AI fails, and offering high touch consumer support. I guess for tracking products in a real store is much more something that is a sensorial experience. It has to do with smell, has to do with the layout of the store, and many other things that are non-verbal and do not pass exactly for the thinking mind, but much more for other kinds of consciousness. I don't know. That's it.
Very good. So that's in line with what we were discussing before,
Yeah,
that we need to
sure.
go beyond the digital experience and make sure
Yeah.
that everything is coordinated. Cool. Thanks a lot. Okay, so here I focused on these two elements: info, transparency, and trust. So the problems are like, I don't know if the app will list all products if I buy in bulk. So I thought this could require some level of transparency so that users know what to expect and what to do. So the patterns make it safe to explore. I chose this pattern because although other patterns may be relevant, I focused on this one because I think it would be interesting for users to have a kind of practical experiential experience or experiential approach to this, so that they can see what happens. I think there are many people who are not that abstract and may actually expect things to like to see what actually happens with things. And so that's why I focused on this, which is to provide an opportunity for users to test how the app will recognize items added to the physical cart so that they build familiarity and understand how the process works. So it could be part of an onboarding experience directly in the shop. Like you can see how it goes to grab a product, see how it gets added, grab several, see how it got added, and then users, can build more trust and more understanding on that. Okay, and then the other two problems is, will the app really list the products I am adding to the shopping bag? And can I trust the app will really update if I remove items from my bag? So this is for users who, if they, for example, want to remove some items of the bag, they want to make sure that it was indeed removed. Yeah, so they don't have to pay for that. So this is to build trust. And I focused on these two patterns, which is to set the right expectations and let users supervise automation. So more particularly, I think let user supervise automation is very relevant for this problem because they feel more in control. And maybe as we were discussing before, I think Verena mentioned that we need to let users be in control of the experience. And I think Jark also mentioned that. So it's part of that control and feedback process. And that would the solution is whenever an item is added or removed from the cart, users press a button to confirm it, enabling users to review and approve options. I know that it sounds like reasonable, but I know personally that I don't know if I would if I would do it. Like every single time I add a product, like I have to confirm it. It's a bit for me. It's too much overload. But maybe if we have smart applications like a smartwatch, you just get, I don't know, a notification. You just press a simple button. You don't have to even carry an app. Could be a solution. But for me, this was more like a first ideation phase to explore something like this. And I recognize that would require some more thinking to see how this could be realized. But users need some certain level of control to see how they can, to feel that they're in control of what they're adding and removing from their cart. Okay, so that was it. Now, this is then the last but not least, the purchase completion. Julia.
Thanks. Thank you. Yeah, I focused mainly on my credit card fails when walking out. Because, well, first of all, like reading the credit card made me think of when I lived, for example, in London. There, I was always connecting to any online system with my credit card or PayPal. But in Finland, you connect your account. So you need to think about the country wise that, if the system is actually failing to take payment and it's connected to my account, then I might be a bit more worried even than, it's just the card problem. But also then I realized that looking at the patterns, it was really nice you get quite a nice narrative building from the patterns. That's, yes, first we consider the errors. So, on the side of how am I paying, and maybe can already recognize when I enter the shop that my account is inactive, or, there's a problem. So I don't need to go through the whole experience before. And then I have the items in my bag or before knowing that I can't pay. Of course, we need to count still that what if I do go through the whole thing and then find out that I can't pay, there's maybe a safe allocated spot for me to leave the items, or then, I can somehow try again to try to update my account and make it work. But the best thing I think would be to be aware that it's not really working before entering. And then explain for understanding, not completeness. I really like this pattern because the sort of single step by step, if I'm feeling worried and panicking, maybe running out of lunchtime break, then, you kind of need this very clear step by step instructions of what to do now. It's not working. And hopefully enable me to solve this any issues. And then giving feedback definitely afterwards is the feedback of this failure happened, and also would be nice to get a reply that thanks for feeding back. And yes, to make it safe to explore. So I picked the same thing. I find that it's the whole experience, and also in a walking out, that if I just want to go and test this shop and just maybe try to buy one item, then I should feel safe to go and explore, and then knowing that it's quite easy for me to walk out and pay, whether I like the experience or not. But
Right.
And then
Cool.
I picked a few more things. There were so many good things that but
no, go ahead. If you can summarize.
Well, I do like one more pick is that I want to feel good about completing the buy. I thought this was also quite nice because it's somehow the pain point, but also the highlight that I made the purchase. I swift my card or whatever. It's done. Maybe get the bonus points if you're a member of some. So we need to somehow notify that great, thanks. Here's your bonus points. Maybe you get a reward or recommendations of what when you visit next time.
Very nice. Yeah, that was the last point, and I think very one of the most interesting ones. It's that essentially we need to make users feel good about the experience, right? That it needs to go beyond the automation and the AI feature for intelligence augmentation. Yeah, it needs to be humane and needs to reach the
Right.
hearts of the users, right?
Mhm.
Mm-hmm. Cool. So that was our workshop today. Thank you so much for joining and for staying throughout. I'm very happy and very excited that this was possible. This is all the work, all what we went through today. You should feel proud for that. For staying on your Saturday for this. I know that is also, part of our curiosity and professional development to better understand how to apply this guideline. So we did our short review. So now what I would like to know is just shortly, briefly, if you would like to share some thoughts about this experience, what you liked, what you disliked, if your expectations were matched. How did you find this?
I could start if you like.
Mhm.
So I found it really informative. Like I've read through the AI guidelines before, but like really applying them is a totally different matter, of course. I found the approach to start with a different scenario and just, warm up with that. I found that really, really interesting. Um, then when we did the brainstorming sessions, I felt at some points there was a lot of things that were related to each other where we didn't draw these connections. So when I looked at it again, when drawing these opportunity statements, I felt there could have been like potential to go deeper here if there was some discussion about it. Yeah, but overall, I thought this was like I learned a lot and got a lot of perspective. I learned about the approach, but also about the content, and it was a really good experience. Thanks a lot.
Sure. Thank you also for joining and sharing your thoughts. And I'm very happy that this is useful and that you enjoyed it as well. So, some more thoughts if you'd like to share with us?
I could share shortly the I think which was very good was that we used this scenario, this U model scenario beforehand, before entering into this our challenge. So I think it was perfect warm up. However, what I felt a little bit confused in the beginning, especially the first scenario exercise. This I don't know, was it the wording or something in this task which I didn't get, but I was thinking that let's not bother, let's see how this goes further, and it went very well
Cool.
then. And then I noticed that I was a little bit like a one step ahead on this, thinking
Oh.
about certain solutions, like Caroline also mentioned in certain phases. Then these critical moments and this final exploration, I think this gave a very good picture, like how to apply this guidebook, because I think there are these ethical principles, etc., which are don't tell anything like you need to figure by yourself how to utilize them. So this gave a very practical approach how to apply.
Absolutely. Perfect. Thank you so much, Jarko, for sharing your thoughts. And yeah, sometimes new things may look strange for us, which is actually part of what we are designing, right? So, but I really like your approach to just go with the flow and see what happens, and maybe you like it in the end. But yeah, cool. Good. Thanks a lot. So, any other thought?
Yeah, maybe I can continue. First, I really enjoyed your facilitation style.
Thank you.
It's like a soothing spring.
Okay, cool.
Carried us through each step, and the explanation was, to me at least, clear, but not too long, just in the right length. And I also adored your ability to catch all the main point, reflect on what participants were saying, and then really resonate. If someone dropped off, then follow up back. I really enjoyed it. Then for me, I agree with Yago that using a use case as a learning path and then unlocked ideas for the actual case was very good approach. That's inspired me also for the other workshop, ethical risk workshop I'm designing for. I think
cool.
this is a great approach. When we want to tackle some topic that is somewhat unfamiliar for our ordinary life experience. The second one is I also mentioned in the workshop is the defining the critical moment. Because I have run through the AI design sprint from 33A. I'm quite familiar with the whole process. I'm constantly comparing in my mind these two approaches. What are the SWOT analysis there? And I find this way it gives less guidance, but you use the use case to trigger the idea.
Right.
Yet there's more free space to identify the risks and opportunities. So exactly when to whom is the right way to use, I would need to digest a bit, but it's a new way of approaching it. I find it's very clear and well structured. The last is using the AI guidance, Google AI guidance. There I thought, for example, we could run that with our other participants as well, or we could even pre-generate it as a card, and then give a bit quick walkthrough and then give to the participants so they have a bit more know-how before doing the half-hour exercise. Because I felt myself or Yago, Julia, it's a bit biased. We are already work as a designer. If client who want to solve problem, then they could use a bit more onboarding maybe to get started.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Great points. So thanks a lot also for the feedback. I appreciate it very much. And I also like improving my skills in this. And regarding the case studies, actually, this is derived from Google research. They actually presented these case studies in scientific conferences, and I think they also wrote several articles on that. So really, we are profiting from great research that is being done at Google. So yeah.
That's actually got me thinking that different type of AI solution. We're now using now the smart. It's an on-the-go experience, right? There are similarities for both use cases. But if we approach, let's say, manufacturing objective recognition, does it mean that we should then come to the other? We should prepare different use cases.
No, I don't think so. I think it's meant for general concepts. So below, I try to present like a brief summary of the case studies. And here, this is an extract from the publication. And here you can see like what is the theme behind this. So here you see that many of these themes are applicable to many different products, services, industries. So it's more about how the technology is helping address the particular problem you are trying to solve. So, but again, I think it's just like a new way of doing things, and maybe we can create our own stories, our own case studies, maybe from own products that we develop, and kind of collect lessons learned from them.
Yeah, got it.
Cool. Good. So yeah, so I would like then to wrap up. I think it has been a very nice and open and warm discussion, and I really appreciate it. I'm also very happy that you joined, that we had a productive discussion. So if you're interested in continuing this project, There is a second session. It's for day 2, where we go in depth into errors, explainability, AI onboarding. So how this mobile app will look like and what type of things we should take into account to manage errors, how we explain specific screens and details of the mobile app. So if you're interested in going in depth with this, the workshop will take place on the 2nd of April. So, and then you can register here. You can, in the same place where you found the previous one. And it would be really great if we could see each other again. And I would be very happy to greet you again. Great. So yes, I wish you a very nice rest of the day. Let me know if you would like to some more information around this material. As you know, this was a team effort, so feel free to share these and distribute this and present it as part of your work. And yeah, cite us all, and it would be also very nice to connect on social media, LinkedIn, wherever you are located. And to remain in contact. And if you also organize some events, it would be also very nice to exchange information and continue in the network.
Thank you.
Sure,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Likewise.
Thanks. Have a nice day.
Have a
Thank
nice
you.
day.
You
Bye
too.
bye.
Enjoy the rest of your
Thank
day.
you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye bye.
Bye.